Jai.
Srila Prabhupada ki Jai Gaur Premanand.
What else? Yes.
Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Jai Gauranath Rai Jai Gauranath Rai Jai Gauranath Rai Jai Gauranath Rai Hari Bo Hari Bo Hari Bo Jai Gaura Hari Bo Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Shiva Prabhupada Jaya Shri Bhagwan Raj Ki Srila Prabhupada Ki Government
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Thank you for having me to speak. So, everybody here I see knows the Bhagavad Gita. Correct or incorrect? Anyone doesn't know the Bhagavad Gita? Okay. Okay, close. Better now? Okay. So I want to talk about consciousness and how we can change the world just changing consciousness. So let's change the world?
Yeah.
Yay! Not so much enthusiasm. Let's change the world?
Yeah.
Yay! So how we start changing the world is changing our own consciousness, right? Okay. All right. So first we have to define what is consciousness. So I pulled that from Srila Prabhupada. So I'd like someone to help me out and read. You can read. What is consciousness? Start really from the top. Anyone? Okay, Krishna.
Should I read the whole? What is consciousness? Consciousness cannot be denied. A body without consciousness is a dead body. As soon as consciousness is removed from the body, the mouth will not speak, the eyes will not see, nor the ears hear. A child can understand that. It is a fact that consciousness is absolutely necessary for the animation of the body. What is this consciousness? Just as heat or smoke are symptoms of fire, so consciousness is the symptom of the soul. The energy of the soul, or self, is produced in the shape of consciousness. Indeed, consciousness proves that the soul is present. This is not only the philosophy of the Bhagavad Gita, but the conclusion of all Vedic literature. Beyond Birth and Death, Chapter 1.
Chapter 1 of that book. Nice small book. So what you get if someone asks you, what is consciousness? What do you say?
Well,
One sentence.
it's the belief be alive, I'd say.
The what?
Like being alive, like
Being
without
alive?
without consciousness. Without consciousness, we're dead.
Okay. But what it is a plant. Just like heat or smoke are symptoms of life, so
Symptom of the soul is consciousness.
consciousness is a symptom of the soul. So for example, if someone asks, if not feeling well, and someone asks, oh, do you have a fever? Right? So how do you know that you have a fever? We check the temperature, right? So the temperature, the high temperature, is the symptom of the fever. So in this same logic of the fire as well, so the symptom of the soul is consciousness. So for example, oh no, that before that, let's go through a little bit more. Another example is the sun. The sun has a lot of examples, right? We use the sun for so many things. But the sun has the planet sun, right? And the sunlight that spreads all, for a long distance. So the sun is compared to the soul, and the sunlight is compared to consciousness. So there's no sun without sunlight, and there's no sunlight without the sun. So there's no soul without consciousness, there's no consciousness without the soul. This is a very simple example, just to illustrate and give us an idea. Of course, when the devotee develops full understanding, he will be able to experience this soul in the proper stage. So now we know what is consciousness. It's something that is connected to the spiritual soul, which is our true identity. Okay, so now there's 5 stages of consciousness. So we have Anamaya, which is the food consciousness. Pranamaya, consciousness of self-existence. So I know that I exist. Manomaya, consciousness of the mind. Start thinking, developing ideas, or I want to do this, I want to do that. Then Vijnanamaya. Vijnana, the word you probably know, is when you have realized knowledge. When you receive some knowledge, you know how to apply. It would be similar to the word wisdom in English. Then Anandamaya. Ananda means spiritual bliss. So it's a consciousness of spiritual bliss. And this you can find in the Brahmananda Valley chapter of the Taittiriya Upanishad. So let's now go back one by one. So Anamaya, this idea of just eating. Can anyone think about any animal, any living entity that just eat?
Pigs.
Huh?
Pigs. Pigs.
Pigs.
Pigs just,
Pigs.
yeah. They just eat all the time.
Yes, they do eat all the time. But they also sleep, mate. So it would be some very primitive thing to just go and eat.
Like amoebas.
Amoebas, yes. Worms? Maybe yes. I don't know. Because they move. So if they move, they're probably thinking, or they have self-existence. Now this one is interesting, Pranamaya, that they understand they exist. So therefore they start to defend themselves. They start to, move around and defend. So probably all living entities have both of those two. I don't think, because even an amoeba or a virus, it will defend, because if you put an antibiotic, right, you will adapt. So that's a kind of defensive mechanism. So it's when the living entity in this world start to understand that I exist, so I have to defend myself as a symptom of that. Then you have Manamaya, start thinking, like a squirrel. The squirrel gets the little nuts, and then he dig a hole, I'm going to put here. And then he put it there. Then he said, no, I'm going to put it here, I'm going to put it over there. You have seen the squirrel? They put it on a place, then they move and put it in another place. So he's thinking, I'm going to protect my nuts here. So you start to act according to some desires. I want to do this, I want to do that. And so many other activities follow that type of consciousness, like making, for example. So then we have Vijnana knowledge. So if you get a level of consciousness, it means that the person now understands that there has to be something more. Not just to be in this world, be born, live, do this, do that, and then finish, die. Has to be something more. So in that level of consciousness, the person will ask, why am I suffering? Why is this condition? Why am I dragged to do things that really I don't want to do? And forced to do those things. And responsibilities. So all of this, why everything like that? So then the person will acquire knowledge to solve these questions, to answer, not only just answer, but really solve. It's not something compared to a science, empirical knowledge, where there's questions and then sometimes they have an answer. Then the answer will last for a couple of decades, then you find something else, the answer changed. No, it's unchangeable. Answers that give the solution to our current situation. When that level of consciousness develops to the most highest stage, is when the entity perceives in a factual sense the Brahman and Paramatma, at least Paramatma. The living entity will reach a bliss, another. So that is a completely spiritual platform. Now if you think about those 5 things, what is the only living entity in this world that can go to the 4th and the 5th?
Human being.
Human beings. Now we can connect the dots and think, I have an important job. Now I am in a human body. And I can ask those questions. I can search for answers. I can receive knowledge and reach this level of another mind. Because if we think carefully, we're not going to be able to be fully happy in this world. And it's not a pessimist position for 2 reasons. One, because it's real, everybody can feel it. Even if I have, wow, the perfect family, perfect education, perfect, children, and the job, and the house, and the travels, and vacations, what have you. At a certain point, the body will get old, will have disease, and will perish. And then there will be suffering. Even if everything is perfect. If you know someone, let me know, because I would like to shake hands with that person. So, we are in this human form of life. And this human form of life is meant for Vijnanamaya, level of consciousness, and also it develops to Anandamaya. That's the purpose. It's in fashion nowadays. Everybody's asking, go online, search around, YouTube, what have you. And then, what is the purpose of life? Watched this one time, and there was this presentation by this astronomer. You say astronomer? What is his name? It's famous. It's trying to make astronomy popular. It's the black body.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yes. Can you repeat?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. So he was giving this presentation because I like to, so I was kind of hearing out. And then a boy, 10 years old, how old are you? Oh, 8. He's probably same age, or a little more. You asked Mr. PhD, what is the purpose of life? And I said, oh, no, I wouldn't watch that one. So, and of course it was a disappointment because he said, why do we need a purpose? We just live. We need to be prepared to be able to argue, at least in our heads, those nonsense. Because, think about it. A person is giving a presentation. He prepared, he studied, he had a purpose to go there and talk to everybody, right? There's a purpose. And then, no, we don't need a purpose. Why do we need a purpose? So, it's one thing that we have to kind of, in our foundation of arsenal of, arguing in our heads, or if that happens with someone, very politely, of course, that because we should have a lot of munition in our intelligence. If something happened, you grab this one, this one, So one of the things that no one, even us, no one can talk making statements of a subject that they never studied. So this gentleman never ever, I checked it out, ever studied philosophy. And that is the realm of philosophy, the purpose of life. It's not looking to planets. And yet, he made a comment. And this happens all the time. All the time. So, if someone never ever practiced, studied spiritual philosophy, and never practiced a spiritual path, how can the person say, oh, God doesn't exist? Never practice anything, And it's a contradiction right away. Because if I say that something doesn't exist in any place, everywhere, it means that I know everything. So I can, in the group of everything, I know that this particular thing does not exist. So therefore, I'm God, because I know everything. See, it's contradiction. It's one after the other. If you observe, because there's no study in philosophy. There's no study in logic. And we are very fortunate. When we study Bhagavad Gita, when Krishna explains chapter by chapter, and you see he repeats a lot of things. You probably already noticed he repeats things to fix. No? We learn a kind of logic and way of thinking, and then you add on that the purpose that Srila Prabhupada gave us. And he gives, just like the previous slide on the beyond birth and death, about the fire, the smoke, and consciousness. So there's so much arsenal, munition, that we have to, pick it up and put in place. So we don't get, it doesn't matter much if we are, defeated in a philosophical contest or what have you. That's not the point. The point is for us within, be always enthusiastic and sure, convinced by intelligence and by realization that this is the truth. So, in this body of human form is the one that can understand and reach spiritual bliss. So even there's a perfect conditions in this world, we have to leave and we will suffer. And then we're not going to know what's going to happen next. That's another situation. Now let's talk about the world, the humans, and society, so we can connect the dots in the end. So can you read Prabhu, please?
The world, humans and society. The world is composed of several organic living beings and inorganic things, elements. Consciousness is only manifested in organic elements. Only in the human body can consciousness develop to Vijnanamaya and Anandamaya. Humans are organized in societies, a group of human beings. If the humans in a given group or society elevate their consciousness to Vijnanamaya, that whole society will change.
So you see how I was trying to organize in such a way that leads our thinking, where if we individually elevate our consciousness to Vijnanamaya, we living in a society, if our group extends in this society, not talk about this society of international Krishna consciousness, talk about our society that we live. So if we expand and people start to change to Vijnanamaya, so the whole society will change, because it will naturally follow all the teachings, all the basic concepts in philosophy. Even if the society as a whole, don't get to Anandamaya, but the Vijnanamaya will lead naturally the society for questioning, for understanding logic and philosophy in a certain level that they're going to start thinking. And when people think, the world will change. Because at the moment, unfortunately, that's not happening. We can see people are not thinking. They're just flowing on the waves of material energy. And then we have leaders in our society which is not helping. And the whole society, which is not reaching, what happened? Is not reaching the Vijnana Maya. So they're stopped in what? Animal life, which is just the senses. It just satisfies the senses. Right? Because you see, there's only the basic consciousness of an animal. So if a human being does not get to the beginning, I'm not saying that in advance Vijnana Maya, the beginning, just be part and on the flow of understanding of knowledge, spiritual knowledge, then we will be living as animals. And then there's the 4 basic activities of the animals.
Eating.
Just one.
Eating.
Sleeping.
So we're just going to do that. In different, technology, with a robot or phones, rockets to the moon, what have you. AI. In Portuguese, when you hurt yourself, you say I. In English is the word for myself, right? It's a different in Portuguese, but it's funny because they I, when you hurt. So that's what AI is. It's just just a hurt. It's hurting. So, now everybody is not gonna look to learn. Just press the button. AI, what's this? So the idea is that when we change consciousness, our consciousness, and then we pass it on, we share, and other people start changing their consciousness, and this spreads. It will spread, because Chaitanya said so. In every town and village, So it will spread. And Srila Prabhupada used to say, you can be part of it, take the credit. Right? So that's, we have to be careful saying great fortune. It is a great fortune, but we have to be careful because we have to keep ourselves humble. But in this understanding, it spreads in our society, and a certain amount of number follow Vijnana Maya. The whole world will change. The whole society. Because society is a group of individuals. It's not society, usually I just say society like something, a body of something, right, sometimes. Well, the society, this, people. But actually, if you look carefully, it is composed of individuals. And in that group, if there's change in consciousness, there will be change in the whole world. So it's not going to be just changing in terms of myself or us chanting Hare Krishna. No, the whole world, think about it. Earth, Boni, the air, the water, the food. This is very important. This is very important. To think about it really, it's crazy important. Because where are the suffering nowadays? I'm not talking about philosophy now. Let's just be some practical. What is the suffering coming? Terrible food. The amount of chemicals in it, you know that, right? You studied that, right? Yeah. So, the chemistry, the whole craziness, the way the farming is moving, those huge plantations, right? You travel, you see, go to the horizon, same thing. So the soil, anyway. And then our pharmaceutical industry, and then we can talk here for hours of all the situation. So when we change consciousness, we start to look for those things. Wait a minute, this food is terrible. Oh, this is not working. This is not. We start gradually, naturally looking for better health. Lessens anxiety in our lives. Who wants anxiety? Nobody, right? So the way of the work, the way of the finances, everything will fall in place. Because everything depends on the level of consciousness of the individuals of their particular society. It's just the way things are. So that's how important to change our consciousness. Okay. Now, how to achieve this Vijnanam and the Anandamaya? Acquiring spiritual knowledge and recommended yoga practices. So let's go talk about this, because this is important. We talk about, let's get to this stage of existence, and then, okay, how? Oh, I don't know. Figure it out. No, it's not like that. So, moves? Yeah, it's nice. So let's talk about spiritual knowledge. There's some basic points. Philosophy is huge, but it's also simple. First point, we are not the body, but eternal living beings. Check. Do I need to convince anyone about that? Nah. 2, we are made of spiritual energy, which has properties. What are the properties of the spiritual energy? Eternal, full of knowledge and bliss. What is the Sanskrit?
Satchitananda.
Satchitananda. What is Sat? Eternal. Chit? Ananda? But Chit actually is consciousness as well. It's the awareness, the essence of existence. But it's translated as full of knowledge. So Prabhupada used that translation because the idea is that when you are back to your natural condition, when we are back in our natural condition, as a spiritual being, we will perceive the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And like so many scriptures explain, I was just reading today the Tapani, what do you call it? Upanishad. What is it? Remember? You forgot. This Gopala Tapani Upanishad, yes. And it's one verse after the other. Confirming that when we are in direct contact with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, which is Krishna, by the way, we are in direct connection to the source of all knowledge. And therefore, we are full of knowledge. One point is interesting to say, which I have seen some misunderstanding. I've seen some questions in the past like, how can I be full of knowledge? I'm finite. So, okay, what do you mean about full? What do you understand about full of knowledge? Oh, all the knowledge? No, that's not the idea. So, to understand full of knowledge means, I'm going to give an example. That pond is full of fish. right? So it means that we are full of knowledge in our own capacity of having knowledge. So the maximum knowledge that I can have, I'm full of knowledge. And that's another life. We get there when we get another life. When we realize Paramatma, we realize Krishna, and we have direct experience of the whole. Like Ishopanishad explains. Then the third one. We are parts and parcels of a supreme being. The totality of all energies. Spiritual, the living entities, which is the jivas, and the material energy. So we are parts and parcels. And that leads to so many nice conclusions, so many nice understandings. For example, we as eternal, full of knowledge and bliss, and we as parts and parcels, which means that we are in quality the same as Krishna, but not in quantity, because we're parts and parcels. The parcel cannot have the same quantity of the whole. And the example Prabhupada gives is the ocean and the drop of the ocean. The drop of the ocean has the same quality of the ocean, same with the water, but the quantity is different. And then we have an eternal, loving relationship with that Supreme Person. So that will be Anandamaya. The final bliss is to revive that relationship. So if we connect all the dots here, we can understand that we as spiritual souls already have knowledge of Krishna, but we forgot. Because we can kind of summarize with the word desire, because we desire to come here, but the technical part will be that we are covered. We get covered by the different energies, and you know, the gross energies and the subtle energies. Just like Prabhupada also gives the example, the light bulb is white, but if you put a red cover, we're going to see red, but the light's still white. So we still, the same spiritual soul eternally, even going body after body. It won't affect. And that's chapter 2, the Bhagavad Gita. Krishna explained in several parts that is indestructible, you cannot wet, you cannot burn, and so on. It isn't changeable. It doesn't change. Always those properties. So let's now go to the process. The recommended yoga practice. Meditation on the Supreme, the highest consciousness. And the example that Prabhupada gives, which is so nice, cold and opaque metal placed in fire, hot and bright, becomes hot and bright just like fire. So now we are covered, and those energies around us make us forget, but in contact, meditating on the Supreme is like the metal, which is opaque and cold, you put on a fire, it becomes bright and hot. Absorbs, acquires, or develops, whatever word, the qualities of that fire. So the same way, when we are in contact with the Supreme, we're in contact with Krishna constantly, what happens? We will purify, we will change this energy that is covering us. Purify it. So we as spiritual soul can manifest in full. Meditation with mantra. That's the recommendation. if you analyze all the recommended in Sat Yuga and Treta Yuga, Dwapara Yuga, in all of them, Ashtanga Yoga, the jagyas, the ceremonies, the worshipping, they have one thing in common: the chanting of mantras. Always is present in all of them. So, but everything else, they are connected with the chanting of mantras in other areas. We cannot do in this area. Nobody can really practice Ashtanga Yoga. No, we cannot do the yagyas that are prescribed in Treta Yuga. The worshipping, the paraphernalia. There's a little part, I think, it's also in Gopal Kapani, that Brahma was explaining that you have to make a lotus flower with gold, and each petal will have all kinds of things. How do we do that? This is just the beginning of the amount of things in paraphernalia to do it. But the mantra is there, the chanting is there. So in Kali Yuga, everything was taken away and just leaving the chanting. So now, 3. Considering which mantra to recite and meditate. There's so many. Which one? Okay, everybody here will say Hare Krishna. But why? You have to know why. It's not a whimsical thing. Oh, the acharyas did, yes. Okay, the acharyas did. But why they did?
But they wanted to connect to Krishna, right?
Yeah, but why? How did it happen? Oh yes, and this time now we're going to change this mantra Hare Krishna, because we like it. Kali Santa Upanishad, conversation between Brahma and Narada. Can you read? Somebody side, can you read? Can you see from here? Can you see?
At the end of the Dwapara Yuga, Narada went to Brahma and addressed him thus: O Lord, how shall I, roaming over the earth, be able to overcome the effects of Kali Yuga? Brahma replied thus: You have asked well. Listen to that which all the Vedas keep secret and hidden, through which one may cross the ocean of mundane existence, samsara, during Kali Yuga. It is through the mere recitation of the names of the primeval personality of Godhead, Lord Narayan, that one transcends the evil effects of the Kali Yuga. Narada asked again, What are those names? Brahma replied, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. These 16 names destroy the negative effects of Kali.
There's one shloka should be top there. One shloka is on top of that. First, Iti Shodashakam Nam Nam
Hari Karmashanam.
Nata Paratarupaya Sarvaveda Shadushate Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Iti Shodash means Shodash, show 6 plus 6%, 16. These 16 word mantra, which one? This one.
This one. But this precedes. That's what my thinking. And also the Purana, Padma Purana, yes. The one, Nastya Gatina Nata. Yeah. But it's also, this one precedes that.
Yes.
So, yeah, this is in the Ayurveda. So, in some, if you look online, probably you'll find Hare Ram first, but Chaitanya Mahaprabhu chanted Hare Krishna. So, my personal conclusion, I guess everyone's conclusion, is that the correct way is Hare Krishna first, because the Supreme Person chanted Hare Krishna first, and probably was some error when they put it on palm leaves, like 2,000 years ago or something. So there's a continuation here on the same Can you, someone else read?
Krishna, you read? You can read or not?
I can.
Yeah.
Can you read?
No. Since the name is Krishna, you better go.
Oh better means
No.
No.
no better means that this is to believe.
No better means than this is to be had in all the Vedas. These 16 names destroy the 16 envelopments in which the jiva is enveloped. Then, like the sun which shines forth once the clouds are dispersed, Prabhaman alone radiates forth. Again, Narada asked, O Lord, what are the regulations to be observed? Brahma replied, there are no regulations. Whoever in a pure or impure state chants these names always attains the same word, proximity to, and the same form as, or absorption into Brahman. Whoever chants this mantra of 16 names 35 million times, 16 rounds for 55.5 years, is absolved of the sin of murdering a Brahmin and that of murdering a hero. He is absolved of the sin of the theft of gold. He becomes purified from sexual misconduct. Having abandoned all dharmas, he is absolved from all sins. He becomes immediately liberated. This is the Upanishad.
The 16 envelopments, the 5 gross elements, earth, water, fire, air, and space. 5 senses, vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. And the 5 working senses, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and skin. And finally, the mind. So those 16 things that is our, putting us in this cocoon situation. Now, there's no regulations. This is very important. Also, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says it, right? What is the verse?
Number 2.
Number 2? No. Yeah.
No, it's
Hey, you know 100% rules.
Number 2, Shastra.
I know for as I say all of them. What's that?
No.
No?
No.
No.
Number 2, man, we don't win.
It's a Chaitanya.
You know this is the first one. That's the thing here.
Okay.
Wait. Let's do it. This is number.
You're gonna do it?
Namamakari
Nisha Sarasakti Statati Smarane Kala Ekadashi Savakripa Bhagavan Mamapi Gurdayam Vidishami Hajanina God. So there's no regulations. It's not that someone needs to be qualified by some kind of prior purification or understanding. No. It's for everyone. And what it says here, in pure or impure state. So I was just making the calculations. So it's 55.5 years for 16 rounds to get the 35 million. But because there's no rules and regulations, I can say something about it. If you read carefully, you'll see that the 35 million is to be absolved of different things. And that's not the purpose of the devotee, right? The purpose of the devotee is to serve Krishna. the service of Krishna is the reward of that we are hankering for. It's not any type of situation that we're going to accomplish. So, it's not something that I'm going to accomplish in this world or something, no. This devotional service is all about love, but not love in the means. If you look at a dictionary, love, you'll be disappointed of the meaning that they give. If you look for altruism, it's way more connected to what is love, unfortunately. Because again, going back to the consciousness, if the consciousness is always on the level of, lording over material nature, enjoy the senses, that's all kind of related meanings of words and feelings that we're going to get. But understanding the Vijnana Maya, we will see that love is actually something way more deeper than just some attachment. Of course, attachment to Krishna. But the main point will be is eternal. Our connection with Krishna is eternal. Our loving relationship with Him is eternal. And it's not that because we're here, it's gone. No. Just put it a little bit in a closet for a moment. But as soon as we recover, we're back there. And that's the beauty. And that's some beautiful verses. There are some beautiful verses in the Srila Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita. You can always study and see those connections with chanting Hare Krishna and its meaning, which is asking Krishna to be engaged in His service, because the service is our reward for everything. It is where we're going to get all the love, all the pleasure, all the spiritual bliss. So, I want to make one last connection here in terms of values of life and happiness. Because we want to be happy, right? What is the purpose of life? Is to be happy. Even if you don't talk about Krishna or anything. We want to be happy. It's natural. So, Vijnana Maya and goodness. Because the Vijnana Maya is direct connection with all the qualities that we find in the mode of goodness. So therefore, they lead the person, the individual, to some higher values of life. To be able to be in peace. Nothing can disturb that person and take the person out of goodness. So in the Bhagavad Gita 266, yes.
One who is not connected with the Supreme in Krishna consciousness can have neither transcendental intelligence nor a steady mind, without which there is no possibility of peace. And how can there be any happiness without peace?
Can anyone think of being happy without peace? How, right? You need to be in peace internally. It's not possible. Someone cut you in the traffic, you get out of your goodness. So the idea is there's a connection here of vijnana, transcendental intelligence. To be able to reach that transcendental intelligence, we need to practice Krishna consciousness. So, when we reach peace, therefore we can be happy. And that's Anandamaya. So can you read Bhagavad Gita 4:39? Can you read? That's right.
A faithful person who is dedicated to transcendental knowledge and whose subdues his senses is eligible to achieve such knowledge. And having achieved it, he quickly attains the supreme spiritual peace.
Yes, thank you. And you see that we can see clearly the connection between the knowledge, the spiritual knowledge, the practice, the peace, happiness. This is all a line, it's all connected. It's not something that is independent, that we're going to achieve peace just by, thin air. No. No, we have to acquire knowledge. We have to practice. Get this realized knowledge, vijnana. It's a process, and then I can become peaceful within. Because in this material world, it's not, everything has some, what is the word? Not obstacles, but something will perturb. Is that a word? Right? Distract. Take us out of the vijnana. It's always happening. But when the devotee, when the individual reaches that level of stability, steadiness, then nothing can happen to disturb that person. Nothing. And then that person will reach peace. And then at that point, by reaching Krishna, then happiness will come. So Anandamaya is actually Bhakti Yoga. Bhagavad Gita 14:26 and 27. Iris, can you read?
One who engages in full devotion service, unfailing in all circumstances, at once transcends the modes of material nature and thus comes to the level of Brahman.
Continue.
And the basis of the impersonal Brahman, which is immortal, imperishable, and eternal, and is the constitutional position of the ultimate happiness.
So Krishna is that Brahman. He is, again we can use the example of the sun. Brahman is the energy, spiritual energy, all the energy that permeates everything. And Krishna is the source of that energy. So the same way we can use the sun and the sunlight. Brahman doesn't exist without Krishna. And Krishna is always expanding Brahman. He's always manifesting that energy, always eternally. Just like the sun and sunlight are not the same, but they are always together. So that devotional service, unfading in all circumstances, that is the platform we are aiming for in our lives. And it might not, and everybody has an experience, that is going to be right there, Oh, it's start chanting Hare Krishna song. It's over. No. Could be. Depends on the person, the devotee, but in general we see that doesn't happen. So what we have to do? Give up? No. We continue. I saw one time this ad of of a battery, and there's a bunny, and then it says, keep going, keep going, keep going. That's what we have to do. Keep going, keep going. Oh, this disturbance is happening, and oh, this is happening. No, you keep going. Next day, again chanting, making devotional service to Krishna, you know, trying to share whatever service. Chanting is a service, but we chant to ask for service. So there's some practical service as well. It's not just chanting. Several great sages, they just stayed in a place, you know, in a solitude and just chanted. But the mission that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu brought, that was recovered starting mainly with Bhaktivinoda Thakur, then with his son, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, and then Prabhupada. And the mission is to actively perform in society in such a way that we can pass it on the message. So that's the mission, and that's the devotional service of this age that we are. So there's some more in Bhakti Yoga here. Getting in, but I want some time to discussion, so I'm going to read myself. 1518, 1920. Because I am transcendental beyond both the fallible and the infallible, and because I am the greatest, I am celebrated both in the world and in the Vedas as the Supreme Person. Whoever knows me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead without doubting is the knower of everything. Again, the same point. He therefore engages himself in full devotional service to me, O son of Bharata. This is the most confidential part of the Vedic scriptures, O sinless one, and it is disclosed now by me. Whoever understands this will become wise, Vijnana, and his endeavors will know perfection, which is Anandamaya. That level of consciousness. So we see just the last point. I think I didn't. Yeah, there's one more. One can understand me as I am, as a Supreme Personality of Godhead, only by devotional service. And when one is in full consciousness of me by such devotion, he can enter in the kingdom of God. So this devotional service is everything. It's not something that I practice for later, do something else. If you had read the Srimad Bhagavatam, or if you are reading, and in the end, there's a conversation between Krishna and Uddhava. And then he tells Uddhava to go to Vrindavan and take a message to the gopis. And there he realized the importance of this devotional service. The gopis were so completely, I don't even know the word, merged, or is that a word? I can say that they were so embodied bhakti. Immersed. More than that. You know? So he realized that devotional service is the reward for us. It's not that we're going to achieve something mystical or, you know, spiritual platform or something, I'm gonna fly, I don't know, something. No. That devotional service that can be attained right now, because we can do devotional service right now, not tomorrow or someday. No, there's so much that can be done. You can do in your house. You come to the temple and you do here, and you go to some places like work, and it's endless the amount of devotional service that we can do. And maybe because of we are beginners and we don't know how to practice, to accomplish different things, there's always help. There's always help. We can talk and learn. Oh, you can do like this, you can do like that. Talk like this. There's so many help we can get. And last one, Srila Prabhupada. So, Bhakti Yoga, receive knowledge with an open mind. Like that verse, Krishna explains that is we ask questions submissively. We don't challenge, the person we're trying to acquire knowledge from. Just thinking that you're in a classroom, and then the teacher comes in and says, "No, it doesn't happen that way. We just sit down in a chair, and then he talks, and take notes, you understand us. It's like that, and you ask question submissively. So, with an open mind, and try to understand. Reading scriptures linked to the parampara, that's very important. The civic succession is not when I study and I look around and I go to different commentaries, you see so much deviation. I don't even recommend much just to know, but it's so much interpretation. Oh, because this and this, actually means that. No, not actually mean anything. Just read the text. There it is. So the civic succession is very important. So we practice the mantra meditation with the Mahamantra Hare Krishna. Proof will come with our spiritual experiences. It will become from within. You practice sincerely, and proof will come within. And then you're going to be sure that this is it. So again, something that I already said, we already have this knowledge, we just forgot it. The process of Bhakti Yoga is meant to clean the dust of material identification so we can see ourselves as spiritual beings. Parts and parcels of the Supreme, and recover our eternal loving relationship with Him. So the two images, the first, Prabhupada came to spread, to share His knowledge to everyone, and to fulfill not only the spiritual master's order, but the connection with Parampara, direct instruction from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And then on the other picture is association of the devotees. We learn through association. We get insights of hearing each other, just like the verse. What is the verse? Satatam kirtayam pramam, right? Tadantasradrita vrata. So, the devotees always chanting the glories, conversing with each other. They can understand Krishna. So that's that. Any comments? Any questions? Yes?
Okay. Hare Krishna. Thank you. So, one question, and I feel like maybe there could be many answers, I don't know. But, is there a main reason that you would say it? Because just like you broke down the logic today, right? We understand the logic of this, we understand the goal of life fairly simply. What is the main reason that someone can go from being utterly convinced, serving in the temple, even directly in the past associating with Srila Prabhupada, taking care of so many things, fully immersed in this practice for decades. What is the main reason that someone like that, like probably any of us, could possibly go from that one day and leaving and stopping the practice in another day like that?
What is the reason that we left the spiritual world? It's the same reason. Desire. Material desire. The material desire, when the devotee is practicing and trying to purify, I'll give an example that was given to me. When a pond could be very clear, you have a little pond or a puddle, very clear. As soon as you shake, all the impurities that are sunk in the bottom comes up. So we are chanting Hare Krishna, so the desires, material desires, the contamination is coming out, agitating the mind. And we need to tolerate and continue the process. So the devotee, this individual, the spiritual soul, is practicing, and things are moving, are cleaning, are happening, and in a certain point, it goes so strong that he shakes hands and is taken away. It's material desire.
So what is our best guard against that?
Continue chanting Hare Krishna, even in the midst of the whole difficulties. Of course, we say the 10 offenses. Those are the best guards, is to avoid them. And if we commit them, there's one that says that we don't use the power of the chanting to commit sinful activities that take us away from Krishna. That's what is sin. Sin is activities that take us away. So we avoid those. And if we are being enrolled in some material desires, we continue chanting, but always remain thinking that my chanting is to connect with Krishna, not to free my sin over here. Forget that. That's not the way we think, right? We read the 10 offenses. So we continue chanting for Krishna, to serve Krishna, and be engaged. Be engaged. Now, to predict any situation, it's not possible. Some say it will answer sincerity. So the devotee was not fully sincere. I personally don't think that way. I think this material energy is very strong and can take one at any moment. So if that happens, we do our best to help that person. That's another point that's important. You want to say something?
So get inspiration from the devotee. So get inspiration.
Be inspired by the devotees, yes. Be inspired by the devotees. Yeah, that's one of the several factors, but it's always material desire. It's always material desire. There's nothing else that takes us away. That's why we came here in the first place. Material desire. So material desire can take someone out of the path. But one thing is important. Very. You don't lose anything. So that devotee didn't lose anything. And then he's going to do some stuff and you're going to suffer. Maybe that's it. You will end his body. Next life, he's going to continue where he stopped. And move on and you have more opportunity. It's endless, the amount of opportunity. That could be already our condition in our past life. Who knows? I don't know. I could have done some devotional service and now I'm just in some other way. Now I'm back here. But we never underestimate the power of Maya. And the only way to overcome is Krishna. He's the owner of Maya, the boss. Yes, sir.
No, of course, I was going to say that Maya is the greatest devotee, much better devotee than us. her job is to take us away from Krishna, and she mostly succeeds. Only one down, can do more than that, 6 rounds, whatever. We always fail. I tried yesterday, I did yesterday was 16, 24, 16, I'll go next day, down. So my succeeding. But one thing I can share is from our modern day world, what we are doing at our job sites, our workplaces, right? We are always rushed by our managers. Okay, Max, fine. What's your progress? Okay, you did this much. Okay, I thought you're supposed to be doing 10 projects. You only did 4. What happened here, right? Oh, this was no problems. Okay, let's fix it together. But we keep on checking them constantly, they also know where we are. So we should not be leaving ourselves as the practitioner on our own. I'm going to try my best to please my guru, my teacher, or Krishna. No, don't keep checking in. Okay, yes, I did 16 rounds, but also smoked a cigarette recently. What should I do? Is okay? Yeah, it's okay. Keep trying 16 rounds. Don't leave with that. So that's the whole point here. Bhakti means keep doing it. You don't leave anything. You only add Krishna in there. Right?
Yes.
If that's going on, the impurities, but the strength of the holy name will go away. But the point is not the bhakti or the purity, is about management, checking in each with everybody where we are. As you know, I always do you guys, you always can check with me or anybody here. We all have to know that we are responsible in our actions. So that management style from the place, from the corporate place, we can learn and apply here. That's what the best thing I think we can do.
Association, sadhusanga. We have the base faith, shraddha, then what we do, this is shape with the words.
I'm going to give an example. Yesterday we had Jade come over. And Jade, our tent was closed down, already broken down, and she, as a sincere seeker, said something was good being done here. I don't know what was going on in this tent. And we told her we had books and yoga and meditation, but you remember, the boxes were covered, locked in, and this was raining also.
Nice.
We opened the boxes and she took books and gave a good donation, and she is here today. How about that?
Very cool.
Beef? B.
Like a bumblebee.
Bumblebee. Okay. B and J are here together. Thank you for being here with us. Our program will go a little bit longer. Are you able to stay?
I'm okay.
Perfect, yeah. I don't think you live too far from here. Your parents live here in this place.
Yeah, they live about 15 minutes away.
Okay. And you drive by this road, you said? Sometimes. Okay. So you're almost home.
Almost.
Thank you for being with us.
Always home.
Yes.
Maybe. Who knows?
Yes.
You can always put Krishna in the center, isn't it? For example, you have a desire.
Yes.
Desire to travel. Go see the temples in the world. Are you hungry? So get prasad. Or if you...
Yes, with association with the devotees, they were saying we learn different tricks and how to manage our life, in such a way that we can always be with Krishna in the center.
If you have a desire to have a house, in a family, so put an altar in your house.
We put Krishna in the center. It's all Ashtanga Yoga, right? Going away. So many other... I had a story in my mind, but you said remind me something that escaped. It's a nice story. Anyway, so we have still 4 minutes. Yes,
Mike.
Mr. Mike.
I like what you quoted from that Upanishad about the conversation between Narada and Brahma. And I like how it was talking about, 16 rounds for 55 and a half years. And that sounds like a long time. It's like, you can keep track. Okay, I've done 3 years, 52 and a half more years to go. But there was like, that's kind of like the 55 and a half is for that reward of atoning your sins. And Srila Prabhupada was giving a lecture, and some devotee asked, like, how long does it take to come to this process? And he's like, 1 minute, 1 moment.
1 moment.
And you don't need to wait 55 and a half years. You reach the goal, and you're like, okay, I'm good. It only takes 1 moment. Yes. So I like kind of the contrast between the two.
Yes. Because that's what Brahma was saying. And actually, here's the word liberation. We're not really seeking liberation. We're seeking prema. He's seeking that position of anandamaya, not liberation. Liberation is a shadow of a pure devotee. Pure devotee, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has another verse in Sikshashtaka. I don't want to be life after life and as a lotus and as an atom of the lotus feet. That's one. So that's it. Not liberation. Liberation, you're going to find in the Vedas that purpose and getting liberation, moksha, this and that. But then you hear in the Srimad Bhagavatam, that's how special Srimad Bhagavatam is. Very special. And you have a verse like that one, Akama Saravakama Va, Moksha Kama Daradhi. So he's saying, everyone that, a person has all desires, all material desires, all of them. Because it's going to be very difficult, but that's it. Then a person has no material desires. Or a person looking for liberation, moksha. So that's Srimad Bhagavatam. Srimad Bhagavatam is saying that even if you're looking for moksha, another part of this, and then you reach liberation, moksha, like this stage, like a final. And then Srimad Bhagavatam comes and says, if you're looking for liberation, you can also, chant Hare Krishna. So that's the level of the potency of bhakti. And bhakti is so powerful, they use the other yogas. Like Dhyana yoga is meditation from Ashtanga yoga. Then you have karma yoga. Our activities with Krishna in the center. And then you renounce the results you offer to Krishna. Then Jnana Yoga, you study and offer this knowledge to Krishna. Everything is there. Everything. And just Bhakti Yoga is just the final stage when the devotee meets pure love for God. Okay? Sixth study. Hare Krishna.
Krishna Jaya Vishupad Paramahamsa, Parivraj Sarashtar Shakta Shishima, his divine grace, A.Z. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki, BT ISKCON founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada ki, Jam Vishupad Paramahamsa, Parivraj Sarashtar Shakta Shishima, his divine grace, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Swami Srila Prabhupada ki, and Nantakoti Vaishnava in the ki, Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki, Prem Se Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda Shri Vaidikara Hara Shiva Sri Gaur Bhaktivinoda ki, Shri Shri Hare Krishna Gop Gopinatha, Sham Kunda Radhakund Giri Govardhan ki, Vrindavan Dham ki, Mathura Dham ki, Mayapur Dham ki, Jagannath Puri Dham ki, Ganga Maya ki, Yamuna Maya ki, Vrinda Devi ki, Bhakti Devi ki, Samaveda Bhakta Vrinda ki, their beautiful lordship Shri Shri Nitai Gauranthraj ki, Bhakti House ISKCON Orlando ki, Nitai Gaur Brahmanande, all glories to the Assembly devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the Assembly devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the Assembly devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga, all glories to His divine grace. A.Z. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada ki, Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Krish, push-ups and chairs. Thank you. Krish. Everybody, take it out.
Namaste.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And with that, we will move on to the next session, which is chanting of absorption. And would anyone like to volunteer and tell us what the meaning of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra is? Yes.
O energy of the Lord, please engage me in your loving devotional service.
Thank you very much. So I would like to say a quick story. And so a long time ago, there was Ratnakar. He was a man, and he was a thief and a murderer. And he would rob and kill people who were travelers that were traveling in a highway. And one day he encountered Narada Muni. And when he encountered Narada Muni, he tried to do the same thing. He tried to rob him and take his things. But Narada Muni asked him, "Why do you do this?" And so he replied, he said he has a family to feed. And Narada Muni asked him, "Okay, so would you ask your family if they would like to share the reactions of your work, of killing people, of robbing them?" And Ratnakara was shocked, and so he tied Narada Muni by a tree and went home and asked his family, "Would you guys like to share the reactions of my work?" And they said, "No, it's your duty to feed us. It's not up to us how you get the food." And Ratnakara was shattered. He didn't know what to do. So he went back to Narada Muni and he asked him, "Narada Muni, I don't know what to do. Please help me. Please save me." And Narada Muni said one thing. "Okay, you want to be saved? Just say one word." And that word was Mara. Does anyone know what the meaning of the word Mara is? Yes. Yes, that it means death. So Ratnakar was like, "Okay, fine." So he sat down and he was chanting the word Mara, which is Mara, 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 Mara. And yeah, and so as you guys know what happened next, this murderer, this thief became a sage, and he went on to compose the Ramayana. So what can we learn from this quick story? Does anyone have any thoughts? Yeah, basically, we can learn that Krishna and his name is non-different. Whenever we're calling Krishna's name, we're inviting Krishna to our hearts. We're connecting with him. And indirectly saying Krishna's name turned a murderer or a thief into a sage. Now imagine what it would do to us who would purposefully chant the Krishna's names, which is the Mahamantra. And with that, I would like to move on to the guidelines of chanting, which is this is the Mahamantra beat. These are the japa beats. And we start off by the Panchatattva mantra, which is held from the tassel bead. And then we pull the beads to ourselves. We pull the beads to our hearts. We're basically inviting Krishna to our hearts. And we do not touch the beads with our index finger. This is because we use the index finger to point at people, to point at negative things. And with that, I would like to start the meditation. So, Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda. And with that, we conclude the chanting and exhortation. If you guys would like your own pair of beads, we have a lot at the gift shop, and you could do so at 8 p.m. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
I am an impious sinner and have caused others great anxiety and trouble.
I have never hesitated to perform sinful acts for my own enjoyment, devoid of all compassion, concerned only with my own selfish interests. I am remorseful, seen others harm. I am a perpetual liar, and the misery of others is a source of great pleasure for me.
The material desires within the core of my heart are unlimited. I am wrathful, devoted to false pride and arrogance, intoxicated by vanity, and bewildered by worldly affairs. Envy and egotism are the ornaments I wear.
Drained by laziness and sleep, I resist all pious deeds, yet I am very active and enthusiastic to perform wicked acts. For worldly fame and reputation I engage in the practice of deceitfulness. Thus I am destroyed by my own greed and am always lustful.
A vile, wicked man such as this, rejected by godly people, is a constant offender. I am such a person, devoid of all good works, forever inclined towards evil, worn out and wasted by various miseries.
Now in old age, deprived of all means of success, humbled and poor, Bhaktivedanta Doda submits his tale of grief and repeated Supreme Lord.
Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki
Jai.
Jai
Sa
Okay, so Hare Krishna, everybody. That's it. Hare Krishna, everybody. Hare Krishna. There we go, much better. So, I don't want to hit the camera. Welcome to our Sunday Love Feast. Thank you. So, do we have anybody here for the first time? Next time. 1, 2, 3. Anyone else here for the very first time?
Feels like my first time.
Feels like your first time? You need to wake up more.
Let's just have Sunday.
What about second, third time? Like only just recently returning? You? Okay, so we have a few hands. Excellent. So we'll start in the back and we'll kind of do a nice little counterclockwise kind of go. So our name and then how we heard about us and what brings us here today. 3 things.
My name is Deepak. I'm a ECF student. So I know this organization before when I was in my country. And I came today for special purpose. So I think Prabhu will describe about this.
Yes.
Okay.
And then where are we coming from?
Bangladesh.
Bangladesh. Whoa, welcome. And then we had another hand right next.
She's my wife.
And her good name?
Yeah, my name is Divya. I'm his wife, so I'm by default coming with him.
Welcome everyone, to visit everyone. So, but thank you for bringing your friends. And you go ahead, I'll come to the point now.
Yes. And then we had 2 up here, so we'll start you and we'll finish. So name, where we're from, and how
My name is Sarah. I'm originally from Peru, but I live here in Orlando, and I'm here because of my sister. She shares
So this is a couple of times here, you've been here, right?
Yeah, like
Some few formal programs and very informal programs which we're also going to be talking about today also, outside the property. So thank you for being here with us.
Bienvenido, Sarah. Soy boliviano. And then, where our name and...
Yes, my name is Ralph. I'm originally from New York City, and I first knew about ISKCON in Union Square Park.
Yes.
And a devotee came up to me and gave me the Bhagavad Gita for free, and I thought that was so gracious. I started reading, I have to finish, so one day I will finish.
It can be a lot to digest, but you started, and that's what matters.
And I'm here because of Sada and Idis, and yes.
Wow.
Will you give a presentation about Prematurity? He's the leader of the
Yes.
back in the office.
Excellent. So thank you, Aris, for bringing both of them. And then also, Max and Virendra Kumar, take note, sometimes giving a free Bhagavad Gita has results too. But no, and it's good, like, for those of you who aren't aware, so New York City, even though it's like called the Big Apple because it's rotten to the core, it is also one of the most holiest places in the entire world, because that's where Srila Prabhupada founded ISKCON. So it's also a very potent place, despite all the craziness that goes around. So, yeah, you probably attest that better than most of us. And anybody else second, third time? Excellent, okay. So, we just recently had a lot of events. We have a lot more events coming up on the horizon. So on Monday, it is Mohini Ekadashi, so it means we are fasting from grains and beans. So that means you're getting your potatoes and your quinoa ready to eat. And then the break fast will be the next day. It's a nice, easy window, 6:47 to 9:24. Hopefully everybody's awake before 9:24 so you can break your fast. On Ekadashi, we want to focus more on Krishna, give as much attention to spiritual activities as possible. But even if you want to think of a practical example, it's like, oh, why do I have to fast from grains? Why do I have to fast from beans? I need my carbs. Despite, of course, we're primarily doing for the spiritual benefit, it actually does give a good cleansing for the body following this 11-day cycle. It does help reset your intestinal system. So that way, it's actually very good and a healthy thing to just take a break from all these things, which in reality, during these days, have a lot of sinful attachment, sinful karma tied to them. So if you can, fast from grains and beans on that day. Next day, break your fast with some nice prasadam, which we may have for sale at the gift shop. April 29th, Wednesday, Jayananda Prabhu's disappearance day. And ISKCON, this devotee was a very special personality. He was very dear to Srila Prabhupada. We owe the very first Rath Yatra carts to Jayananda Prabhu. So he had high-level degrees, everything that you could want materially. He could have gone on and been a millionaire. He renounced all that, all the degrees, all the accolades, and he just went and served Srila Prabhupada in whatever capacity he had. Whether it was just through simple temple service, through handyman service, but he gave every ounce of sweat and blood to see that Srila Prabhupada's mission was successful, especially when it came to constructing the Rath Yatra carts, looking at the designs that they did in Puri, and translating it over here so it's practical and useful here in the United States. So every time, if you think about a lot of people who come to Krishna consciousness, oftentimes it's through the Rath Yatra. People just happen to see a cart, they happen to see someone in bedrobes walking around and giving them a book or a mantra card. A lot of that is associated with the Rath Yatra, and a lot of that we owe because of Jayananda Prabhu. That's why you will always see a picture of him on every single Rath Yatra cart. So we're just honoring his disappearance day on April 29th. And then on April 30th, we have Nrsimha Chaturdasi. So this is the fantastic, most auspicious appearance day of Lord Nrsimhadev. He came in half lion, half man form. This is the actual appearance day, so we will observe an entire fast until dusk, because this is when he actually emerges from the pillar to fulfill the pastime. Don't worry, if you're not familiar with the pastime or the advent of Nrsimhadev, who is on the altar on this picture. For you guys, it will be this small picture right over here.
Is that the day of the play?
That is the day of the play, good. But not on Thursday. But that's the day of the actual pastime for the play that we're going to be doing. So we'll make a small announcement on that. But on Sunday, we'll actually be celebrating here at the temple for the Sunday program, Nrsimha Chaturdasi. And then on Friday, May 1st, the very next day, we have Srinivasacharya's appearance day. So very, very loaded week. And I know we have a bunch more slides. So
on Wednesday, Sunil, we will read the book on Jayananda Prabhu. So I don't know if this is online or not, but I have a... Oh, it's available. Okay. But yeah, Wednesday, since our reading is of Jayananda, we'll do Jayananda Prabhu's book, Jayananda Thakur by Vishwaka Das, I think it's there. So we'll read the book or online, it is really easier. So it's a reminder to do that one. Since on Wednesday, so reading day, we can read that together. And those who can't come temple, you can just join online.
Yes. So continuing with the events, like I said, there's a very long calendar. Better put on my ring before she gets mad at me. We have Sri Radha-Raman's appearance day, and then also on Friday, May 1st, we have Madhavendra Puri's appearance day, but wait, there's more. Also on Friday, we have Krishna Pula, which is the swinging pastime. I believe as well, and delicious prasadam. So for Nityananda Prabhu, who is on, for me, he's on the right side, but for you all, you're looking at the left. One of his favorite things to do was perform drama. We do lots and lots of dramas, and Srimad Chaturdashi is a perfect day for a drama, so make sure that you are here for all of these different things. If you would like to get involved with the festival, we have different ways to do so. We have services available either through sponsorship of the flowers, the feast, or sponsoring the Srimad Bhagavatam. A lot of our knowledge of Srimad Chaturdashi comes from the Srimad Bhagavatam. Does anybody know what canto in the Bhagavatam his pastimes are described? 7, which is, does anyone know the name of the canto?
The Science of God.
The Science of God. So, a lot of what we owe to our understanding of Lord Nrsimhadev is because Srila Prabhupada translated the Bhagavatam, including Canto 7. So what better way than to give the Bhagavatam so that others can also learn about the pastimes of the Lord. Alright, and we have, I believe, a very lengthy and very successful book distribution report.
Oh, yeah. So from yesterday's, wonderful day. Thank you for everyone who came to join us. Earth Day was celebrated yesterday, what was the date yesterday? April 25th? 25th, yes. So, all the pictures that you can see there of wonderful, great souls from Orlando, far and wide. Some of them are visiting, came down and stopped at our booth. Thank you to Krishna and Heather for coming out there early in the morning and helping out with the books. And as you can see, they were happily giving out books. Max is there, Batinder Kumar is also doing books, and books, and more pictures also. I'm sure, yes, it's going on. Different devotees are happily distributing, and people are listening very happily. You can see over there. Oh, the last picture, go to the last picture. That's Jade, who's right here. So someone taking the book when the tent was closed. How did you even imagine what could be here? What brought you there to our tent? If you want to say a few words.
I just like walking around and learning about who's here and what's going on.
Wow, very nice. Thank you. Thank you for being here with us. Great. So and also to the wonderful devotees cook prasadam for everybody. I know Heather, you have to leave early, but sorry. We have to figure out a time-wise that we can have prasadam for and good timing so people can have and then leave. But we had a great day. Total 67 books. A good count for the day. Thank you. Something I don't know.
Sorry, we're spiritualizing the trend.
Yeah, that's it.
Alright.
Yes.
Alright, so we handed out a bunch of books, but it's not just also about giving out the books, it's also on us to understand what we are giving out. And what better way than to actually read and discuss and understand the Shastra. So luckily we live in the modern era, and we have technology, and we're using that in Krishna service. So every Wednesdays and Saturdays, Wednesdays in the evening at 7 to 7:30, nice half hour. And then on Saturdays, 8 to 9 a.m. in the morning, we have Chaitanya Charitamrita on Wednesdays, where we can learn about the pastimes of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his associates, and their deeper discussions of our Krishna conscious philosophy, which ties directly into our Saturday readings of the Srimad Bhagavatam, where we get to learn about every single aspect of the Lord and his pastimes and the Lord's devotees. So if you want to get in on these Zoom readings, we will have a link which will be in our WhatsApp group, which will come in later. So please make sure, if you have the time and you are interested in learning more about this philosophy, make sure to join in on those Zoom calls. Now, into sponsorships. You have many different ways to get involved on the daily programs, not just on the big festivals. We have sponsoring the Sunday Love Feast, which I know today is a sponsored feast. We have monthly donors giving tithing, as well as providing boga in the form of groceries. However, if you are interested in any of these, don't just walk up and just give us money. See Joypan Prabhu or Shridhandali Mataji, and especially for groceries, make sure to check in with them and check in the notice board to see what we actually need. So that way the temple devotees don't get overwhelmed with a lot of basmati rice. We want to make sure that we're offering a good diversity to the Lord and making sure that we're catering to the needs of the temple. But we do have a sponsorship for today.
Yes, thank you. And that was Deepak Prabhu and his wife. And this was, an occasion. Thank you very much. And this is in memory of his father, who he lost in the last month. And they are good members of ISKCON back in the home, and they wants to do a puja here, so they came in the weekdays, did the puja, and then sponsored the feast for everybody, all the Vaishnavas and their friends too. So thank you for inviting your friends and family. So we all want to chant the Mahamantra one time, at least, and you can also chant the Mahamantra more times too, for your father is going to receive the eternal blessings, as we heard today in the talks. Eternal happiness is without Mahamantra won't be coming to us. So we have to really sincerely, deeply call out the names of the Lord, right? So on your behalf, for your family's behalf, for your dad's, eternal abode, wherever he is going right now, he might find some temple somewhere and go there and become a devotee in his next life. So we all chant together, Hare Krishna mantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thank you, Prabhu. And thank you for bringing all your friends. Hare Krishna. Keep coming every Sunday. All right?
Yep. So then, if you are interested in sponsoring a Sunday feast for any occasion, make sure to see anyone here at the temple where we can get you the proper accommodation to do so. All right. So, like I said, we have technology. We are using it in Krishna service. Here at ISKCON Orlando, we are very much doing so. So every single class, program, performance, all of it, you name it, we're constantly live streaming. So that way, if you happen to leave early, or if you had to go travel or anything and you really wanted to see something, or if you were at that Sunday program and you just want to listen back to the lecture, immerse yourself once again in the RT, or watch any of our dramas, we record everything. All you have to go onto YouTube and just find ISKCON Orlando Official. It's all there, and it's usually uploaded relatively soon after we record those videos. But we are also active on other social media platforms, except TikTok for now. But we have Facebook, where we have Srila Prabhupada Daily Quotes of the Day and other informational news. On our ISKCON Orlando Instagram page, we have a lot of interactive social media content. We have different reels that are revolving around devotional practice, and it gives it in a little more digestible way. And then, of course, we have our website, which has links to all of this, as well as information on the temple, including schedules, what times are RTs, and any other important information pertaining to the temple itself. But if you want direct info to your phone, we also have our WhatsApp group. So we'll leave this QR code at the end of the program, but this is also available on the kiosk up front. If you scan that QR code, that goes into our temple announcements group on WhatsApp. It's not a spam page, and only admins have access to that. So if you're curious, when is Nishima Chaturdasi? When is the next Ekadashi? What are the next upcoming festivals at ISKCON of Orlando? All of that is updated in our WhatsApp group, as well as the link to join our online Zoom readings. So if you ever want to get involved on Wednesdays or on Saturdays, the link is there on the WhatsApp group. So please make sure to scan that QR code on your own free time today. Now, Ekadashi is coming up on Monday. On Tuesday, you're going to need something to break your fast. And what better thing to break your fast with than Mahaprashadam? Kostub, can you hold up the sweets to show off for everybody? So we have a bunch of amazing Maha sweets that are taken directly from the altar and boxed for your pleasure, after the Lord's, of course. And they are only $4. So if you're interested in getting yourself a box of Maha sweets, please go after the program to the gift shop. You will be able to get your own pair. But if you're thinking, no, I want something a little more substantial on Tuesday to break my Ekadashi fast, that's okay. We also have pizza. Arguably the world's favorite food, we have it. So if you're also, yes, Krishna, show it off, but just be careful not to drop it. Yeah, just show up the box. Just the box. There we go. Perfect. And we don't want Sanaya to get covered in pizza, unless you pay for it. But many different options if you want to break your Ekadashi fast, or even tonight, it's not Ekadashi yet. But if you want pizza, if you want Maha sweets, we have you. Just make sure after the program to go to the gift shop to purchase your pizza or your Maha sweets. But there's more. I don't know if there is any sales going on, but if you have any needs in terms of books, paraphernalia, any kurtas, anything that you're missing in your life spiritually, we will have it at the gift shop. So make sure to walk on up to afterwards to see Marisha, and then if there's anything you need, see her, and she will make sure to get you what you need. Hint, hint, wink, wink, that pizza will go fast. And Srila Prabhupada, quote of the day.
Boston, April 27, 1969. Krishna, he is the Lord, but he has nothing to do. He is simply enjoying with his friends, with Radharani, with cowherd boys, with gopis. He has nothing to drink, nothing to think, how to provide. That is greatness. He is taking the cows as a sporting, and when he was called for killing Kamsa, he left everything, renounced everything in full, so much love. At once, in a moment, he left Vrindavan, and all these devotees, they began to cry for Krishna for the rest of life. And whenever Krishna was reminded, oh, he will say, I am very soon coming. Don't worry, I am very soon coming. Srila Prabhupada ki
Jai. Just now coming.
Just now.
One short one, yeah.
Tirupati, April 26, 1974. At Tirupati, there are so many hills. From the distant place, your vision is not clear. You simply see something cloudy, the same hill. But if you make little further progress, you see the same hill greenish. And if you actually go in the same hill, you will find there are so many animals, men, and houses. Object is the same, but from different angle, vision, it appears differently. Similarly, unless one can understand Krishna perfectly, he realizes the absolute truth as impersonal, Nirakara, Brahman. Srila Prabhupada ki
Jai.
So yeah, before we go to Prashadam prayers, we'll have the presentation by Ralph. So let's hear from you. And I would really thank you, Ralph, for coming down on 18th and helping out as much as you can. The Iris has been working hard day and night, sweating all his blood, sweat and tears, making the garden look so nice and making some plants. So, we all have this wonderful property, and your presentation is all good going on there, all given checks. And then, it's a big property, so we all have to take care of the property. Otherwise, some of you come and tell me, wow, everything looks nice. I'm not doing everything on my own. There are so many wonderful people that are doing on the front part, the back part, around the temple, everywhere. People are coming and showing interest in doing it. And Ralph, thanks to Aris, has brought from, I would say godsend, came here and started to do his own thing for us, for our pleasure, and for Krishna's pleasure. Made a whole plan about what vegetables and flowers to plant that Krishna can enjoy and share with the devotees. So I'm very grateful that he is here today, and he'll give a summary of what he's been doing and whatever plans he has for Orlando Temple. 626.
Okay, great. Hello everyone, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
So today Vai asked me to come over to speak about a topic I'm very passionate about. I'm always a student of, and that's permaculture. And permaculture was developed in Australia in the 70s and 80s. And one of the founders was Bill Mollison and David Holmgren. And this is one of my favorite quotes from Bill Mollison, which is, so though the problems of the world are increasingly complex, the solutions remain embarrassingly simple. And like a friend of mine says, joyfully simple. signal from across the room, or the belt might come out. And we humans have been testing the patience of Bhumi for far too long. And things can happen, things like earthquakes, natural disasters can happen when we neglect Bhumi. So we have to talk about the problems of the world. I'm sorry about this part, but this is some of the reality we have to face. So some of the problems, we have GMOs, genetically modified organisms. There are natural seeds and crops that can alter natural genomes. Once they're out there, they can alter the rest of nature. And corrupt businesses practices that keep farmers chained in debt. And many of you might know in India how some of the practices of companies like Monsanto, where farmers had to constantly buy seeds from Monsanto over and over with every season. And it led to horrible debt and many suicides in India from the farmers. Over 300,000 suicides. Lawns and other monocultures. So the American lawn is a monoculture. It's just growing one thing, and that's grass. If we had cows walking everywhere, that would be great, because the cows would be eating. But we don't have that. And it's not producing anything that any of us can eat. So these monocultures use massive amounts of water and pesticides to maintain. Nature does not produce monocultures. Nature produces forests with biodiversity. And those pesticides, when they get sprayed on our grass to keep it green, it seeps down into the water, gets into the watershed, and pollutes all the animals, plants in our ecosystems. Here in Florida, we have HOAs, rules that force us to have lawns based on outdated information, outdated standards, and belief that food forest gardens would lower visual appeal and attract pests. Places like La Ecovilla in Costa Rica are a great example of how suburban communities based on permaculture principles can be gorgeous, lovely places to live. And I'll show you some of that. Another one of the main problems in our world are toxic pesticides. And I ask you a question. Who are the pests? Is it the insects or is it us? I'll leave that to you to decide. Monsanto, which was bought by Bayer. Bayer is a German company, chemical company. Monsanto Roundup is made with glyphosate, an extremely toxic substance. It gets sprayed on foods and then it is consumed by us, leading to a whole host of diseases. Big chemical companies poison us, and then the big pharmaceutical companies and the medical industrial complex profit from our sickness. Corrupt politicians protect these companies and complexes and are paid to do so in the revolving door of politics. And just one example, recently, President Trump signed an executive order called the Defense Production Act to protect the domestic production of glyphosate-based herbicides. Basically, glyphosate is described as a cornerstone of U.S. agricultural productivity, essential for maintaining high crop yields and affordable food. That's false, absolutely false. With no direct chemical alternative available, but there is alternatives to that. Permaculture is the alternative. Permaculture is the solution. Permaculture is a design system. It's based on ethics and just principles. So the main ethics of permaculture are these three in the center here. So you have care for earth, care for Bhumi, number one. Care for people, and I would also add to that care for species. All species. We're all part of the family of life. And fair share. Once you've taken enough, if you keep eating, that's just gluttony. There's enough to share. So if there's abundance, we don't need to act in scarcity and just hoard and take for ourselves. We can share with our community, like our friend shared for us to have a great meal tonight. So these three ethics guide permaculture. Care for the earth, care for all species, and fair share, sharing the abundance.
Then you have the 12 principles of permaculture. So they are observe and interact. Before you do anything, observe. If you bought a piece of land, you need to see where's the wind coming from, where's the sun coming from, what happens in the spring, fall, winter, what happens first. You want to take time to see what is going on, what birds, what insects come. So observe and interact. Catch and store energy. A great example would be, for example, solar energy and batteries. Another example would be hydroelectric energy. Another example would be storing grains, right? And that would lead to obtaining a yield. So of course you want to obtain a yield. As we said, those lawns, they're not yielding anything, but it's a liability. Something you have to pay more money every month to get pesticides sprayed on and lots of water. Accept feedback. So see what your system is giving back to you. Don't just keep hitting your head against the wall if Bhumi is showing you, no, there's another way. Listen to her. Use renewable resources. Produce no waste. In nature, there is no waste. If a tree falls, it falls. There's fungal communities that break down that tree, and that gets put into the soil so that new plants can be used. So there is no waste. So one way that we can do that is we can take our kitchen scraps, our food waste, and create compost bins to regenerate soil. Design from patterns to details. You don't start with the details and then go large, start large, and then zoom in. Okay? Integration, not segregation. We want to bring in members of all our community. We don't want to separate people and keep things separate. We want biodiversity. Small and so solutions, that's one thing that crony capitalism just doesn't take. Just wanting to make a profit real quick. Let's spray these chemicals and make a lot of money. But if we use a slower solution, if we think generations ahead, if we think of the 7 generations, as the Native Americans would say, when we do something, we want to think about how is this going to affect everything else. Value diversity, once again. We want to have that mix. Nature does not make monocultures. It has biodiversity everywhere. Use the edges and marginals. So one example would be, across the United States, we have highways everywhere. Why is there not food being produced across the highways? Some people might argue maybe some of the fumes from the cars might be an issue, but we already know that our food is being sprayed with certain things. But we have miles and miles of roads, of highways, that can be producing food. Why don't we have food being produced? And creatively respond to change. So if you're coming up against a problem, we can come up with a new solution. We can come up with a way to get around it. A great example of a community that's successfully using permaculture principles is La Ecovilla in Costa Rica. This is a view of their central farm. It is a community with suburban homes, just like any home you'll see here in Florida. Beautiful homes, a beautiful community of people. This was their central pagoda where they have community gatherings, much like this one. And they have a beautiful infinity pool. The children can go to natural settings. You have all types of interesting homes. And the center of the community is a garden. It's a permaculture farm with this geodesic dome. And Buckminster Fuller, who created the geodesic dome that you can see in Epcot Center, he had one of my favorite quotes of all time is, you don't change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, make a new model that makes the old model obsolete. We see that with politics and with the revolving door of politics. Some people might want to go into politics and try to change it. Let's just step aside from that, let those systems crumble as we build a new system, as we build permaculture and food forests everywhere so we can feed our communities. So that's a great example. If you'd like to see more, you can go to laecovilla.com. And I visited in person, and sitting on the side of that infinity pool, it struck me, why can't we do this in Florida? We can. We can do this all around the world. Okay. And I wanted to look up what did Swami Prabhupada say about growing food. And what I found was interesting. He emphasized that everyone should grow their own food as a fundamental principle for achieving self-sufficiency, moral integrity, and spiritual advancement. He argued that relying on distant sources for basic necessities is a dangerous drawback, and that producing food locally allows individuals to save time for chanting Hare Krishna and developing Krishna consciousness. Key aspects of his teaching include self-sufficiency. Prabhupada stated that the ideal is to produce food locally to support oneself, citing his farm communities like New Vrindavan as models where members grow their own grains, vegetables, fruits, and milk. Agriculture is noble. He described agriculture as the noblest profession and noted that Krishna himself was a farmer, making food production a spiritually significant act rather than merely an economic one. Critique of industrial civilization. He criticized the modern industrial and factory-based systems for creating scarcity, poverty, and godlessness, arguing that true economic progress is found in growing food grains rather than manufacturing unnecessary industrial goods. Prabhupada taught that failing to produce food and instead causing scarcity for others is sinful, and that living simply in villages and gardens is superior to urban life focused on material accumulation. And gradual implementation, remember one of those principles was use slow and steady solutions. Gradual implementation. While advocating for local food production, he acknowledged that people are often addicted to city living and suggested that this ideal should be introduced gradually to avoid shocking those unaccustomed to agricultural work. And so we need your help. Here at ISKCON, we need your help. And ways you can help: educate yourself on permaculture and growing food. Save seeds. Start to grow them. This could be a fun project for the children at home. Bring them in so we can add them to the garden. And start gardens at home, of course. Bring in cuttings from plants that propagate from cuttings. Okay? Some of those are like longevity spinach, mulberries. I'll be bringing in some cuttings for us as well. Lend a helping hand in the ISKCON temple garden. Bring in materials for the compost pile, whether that's leaves from your lawn, which we want to change those lawns anyway. And prepare food and drinks for those working in the garden. And every time I've come here and worked for the garden, I was fed a meal and given nourishment for my work, and I appreciate that so much. As for lending a helping hand, we'll be letting you know on Sundays we'll be gathering to come, and so come along. A bit of the before and after. So this is before. A few weeks ago, about 3 weeks ago, we did some clearing. As you can see, we moved the pots out of the way. Week 2 looked a little better. Week 3, we're starting to see the pathways. We're starting to mulch those pathways. We had 2 trees. These are papaya trees, and we had 2 maple trees that were just growing, not producing any food. So we removed those out of the way so that we can have that space for growing food trees. And so you can see this. This is right back that way. And you'll see there's a garden there. There's so much opportunity to be growing food there. There was a garden there that was already producing food. It just needs our help. Bhumi just needs us to work with her. And as you can see, we already had some tomatoes growing. So let's change the limiting and false belief that farming is hard. I hear that a lot. Instead, let's realize that farming is fun and growing our own food is empowering. It's great exercise. It produces strength and positive neurochemicals. It enhances a feeling of connectedness and serenity. Very few things in life bring a feeling of satisfaction quite like eating and feeding your family and community food that is truly healthy and nourishing. We don't need to grow all of our food or know it all before we can start. We can learn as we grow, and we can learn and grow as our food forest gardens grow. We can make mistakes and learn through them. That's the process of life. We're always in the process of learning, growing, and healing. Look at those smiles. Another quote from Bill Mollison: the greatest change we need to make is from consumption to production. And even if on a small scale in our own gardens. If only 10% of us do this, there's enough for everyone. Hence the futility of revolutionaries who have no gardens, who depend on the very system they attack, and who produce words and bullets, not food and shelter. So here are some resources. Of course, I'd like to be any resource that I can do to help. That's my name and my phone number there. Feel free to send me a text. Let me know you're interested in the garden, and we can start a group and come in on Sundays. There are some great YouTube channels. Andrew Millison is a phenomenal one. Wild Floridian, Permaculture FX is great. There's two great documentaries I recommend. That Inhabit documentary is a great one. And Living the Change you can all see on YouTube through Happen Films YouTube channel. There's some books like the Intro to Permaculture book that I passed around. The Permaculture Designer's Manual by Bill Mollison. And then there's a great Japanese influence on permaculture, Masanobu Fukuoka, who wrote The One Straw Revolution and Sowing Seeds in the Desert. And with that, that's my presentation. Folks, I'm here at your service.
Thank you once again, Rob, for taking the lead
On this, like kind of new to this community, but still came out and saw the potential. I know you can see the land, what can this land can produce.
Yes.
So this is like valuable, and you found it. And now I would like to encourage all of us to just find the time. Maybe you'll find a better time next time. Last time, the first time, things going on. So we have to plan maybe a Sunday. Come at 3 o'clock here or 2 o'clock here, do the gardening, and then come back to the program again. Something like this, if to do something that works for everybody. But thank you once again. Okay, is there anything else for us to let us to know? I did to show Arish about how to turn the water on. Simple switch. So we have a well here. Water goes on. So I'll show you this.
And Iris is also a great person to approach. She's here more
We'll be in
often.
touch pretty much every day or every week. Going on, we have a Zoom call and we'll go into more details. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go.
Ma prasade govinde, Ma prasade govinde, Mama brahme vaishnave, Sarvapanya brahmacha, Krishna samhitayate, Sharirara vijaya, Thank you. महाराज महाप्रसाद की जय, श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय, गौर प्रेमानंद।
Thank you all so much for coming to today's Sunday Love Feast. Prashadam is being served outside, I believe. Make sure to take pictures of Shishini Tagore Nataraj, stop by the gift stop, and come back next week for our Nishima Chaturdashi celebration. Sunday Love Feast, Ki!
Prabhupada.